Good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. God morgon. We are at the EU Days Lund 2023, an event organized by the Lund University, the European Commission, Europe Direct Lund, and the city of Lund. My name is Agnès Coradalbeck. I'm the head of the Department for the Internal Market at the National Board of Trade Sweden, which is the Internal Market and Trade Policy Agency. I want to thank you for your presence and tell you that it's great that you could join us in Lund today, but that as well this session, the whole event, is streamed. So we have other people all over Europe listening to us, and for those who will miss it, they will be able to watch it on YouTube. So today's session will be on the competitiveness of Europe through a better functioning single market, a wish list for the next European Commission. And today we have with us eminent panelists, and I will ask you to present yourself. Please, Johan, if you want to start, and maybe we can switch the
microphone
next.
On. Exactly. My name is Johan Grip, and I am from the Swedish Federation of Small Business Owners. That means that we represent small and medium enterprises throughout Sweden, and a small and medium enterprise is typically a company that has less than 249 employees, but most of them have less than 10 employees. They're small companies, but they also constitute 96% of all companies in Sweden, and if you go at the threshold of 249, it's 99.9 of all of the companies in Sweden. So I am their voice today, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Helena?
Hi everyone, my name is Helena Honell McKelvey, and I lead public policy for Amazon in the Nordics. Amazon is a company that is pretty broad, but you can say the common theme throughout everything we do is internet. We started as an e-commerce actor, and we launched our first e-commerce store in Europe in the single market 25 years ago. Today we have more than 225,000 employees in Europe, and there are more than 275,000 European small and medium-sized enterprises that are selling through our online marketplace. Many of those export in the single market, but not everyone. And many of those who don't do it, they want to, but what's keeping them from doing it is actually, to a large part, single market barriers. And that's the perspective I'm going to take today.
Thank you. Per Tryding?
Yes, thank you. So my name is Per Tryding. I'm with the Chamber of Commerce in southern Sweden. We're out of Malmö. And the Chamber of Commerce, it's a private organization. We deal a lot with international trade. We have trade certificates of different kinds for external export. We have a trade network of about 300 companies who discuss how to handle trade outside of the European Union, for instance. And we work a lot, of course, with developing the competitiveness of the region. Thank you.
Anders Arnlid.
And my name is Anders Arnlid. I am the Director General of the National Board of Trade Sweden, so I work with Agnès. And as you know, the National Board of Trade Sweden, Kommerskollegium, founded in 1651, is Sweden's agency for international trade, EU internal market and trade policy.
Thank you, Anders. And it will be very interesting to hear your thoughts, because you are all of you working with an internal market and affected by it. So I will start with a short introduction to set the scene for today's discussion. So the internal market, it is a cornerstone of the EU since 30 years through the four freedoms: freedom for goods, services, person and capital, and with a fair competition on the EU. It has been providing trade, growth, employment, wealth for the Union. And the foundation of the single market, it is a common legislative framework with clear, predictable rules, harmonious rules, which provide competitive and attractive market for citizens and businesses and foreign investment as well. And it has been a success for many years. But in recent times, events like Brexit, the climate crisis, the green digital transition as a challenges, the tragic war in Ukraine, and the geopolitical tensions that have followed have completely changed the condition that the single market is working under. And at the same time, since many years, long-standing structural problems have been undermining the effectiveness of the single market. In theory, a frictionless market, actually the largest integrated market in the world, but in practice, we will maybe hear that many barriers still exist. And since its creation, the single market has been affected by a large compliance deficit. And although the internal market is often highlighted in political recommendation in Brussels, we've seen absence of concrete actions and concrete resources which would make a difference, a practical difference for businesses and citizens of the Union. And we would say that very little has been done of the present Commission, who has been more focusing on industrial policy and other aspects, but not so much a free movement, a free trade. Fortunately, we have now in front of us a year of opportunity. We will have election in the European Parliament at the end of the summer. We will have a new Commission. So this is why we want we have a wish list for the new Commission as a theme of our session today. And ahead of this event, 2 reports will be important. Launched in the Council soon will be the report from the former Italian Prime Minister Enrico Letta, a report which will be focused on strengthening the single market. Another report has been commissioned to another former Italian Prime Minister, Mario Draghi, and former head of the ECB, and his report will be on the European competitiveness. So these 2 reports will be important element for the discussion in Brussels, from the preparation of the strategic agenda that the 3 European institutions will be working with, the next mandate of the next Commission. And we see that there is a momentum of window opportunity to make some impacts on the future mandate of the Commission. So this is why that at the National Board of Trade, as an internal market agency, we have prepared a report with our recommendation for the next Commission. But I know that other organizations are doing that as well. And we should see today's discussion as a valuable contribution to these important discussions that will take place in the coming months. So this is why I have now asked our panelists to come with their views on the single market, and if they would have, like, for our wish list, 2 major measures or priorities that you would like the European Commission to work with. So please, Johan, maybe you can start.
Thank you. Big question, obviously, and 3 minutes is not a lot. So I'll start with just like a fundamental point. And the single market is a great success. It's one of the great successes of the European Union. And we would like for the new Commission to take a step back and acknowledge that and think about how we can strengthen it further. And Lars Danielsson said that we can't afford bold and ambitious new political ideas because we have weak governments across Europe. But a bold and ambitious idea about the internal market could be to make it into what we envisioned it to be when we started. A single market, meaning like a home market for each and every country. And for Sweden, that's extremely important. So Sweden is a small and extremely open economy. We rely on trade with the rest of the world, and roughly 75% of our goods exports go to Europe within the single market. That makes it an extremely important market for us, and we need to reduce the barriers to trade that exist both for goods and for services. So that's number one. And number two is, because I represent small and medium enterprises, is that you need to think small first. That's a slogan that I have borrowed from our umbrella corporation or organization, SME United. And that means that small and medium enterprises, think about a company that has 3 or 4 employees, right? They can't comply with all of the rules the same way as a company that has 2,000 employees and a legal department that can handle that. So you need to think small first and recognize that small and medium enterprises want to fulfill all of the rules. Obviously, they want to compete fairly, but they cannot compete the same way if the rules are too complex and not clear on how they hit or work together with other rules. So think small first is, if you remember one thing from me, remember that.
Okay, thank you. We'll remember that one. It's an easy one. Catchy sentence. Helena, please, from a global perspective, then a global industry.
Yeah, the good thing about talking after Johan is that I agree with everything he says. So I could make it very simple and just pass on the mic, but I won't. Now you've given me a mic, I'm going to keep it for a little while. I think a wish list, it's quite long, but if I'm cheating, I would say that what we really would like to see is an ambitious single market strategy, and a single market strategy with some teeth. And what does that mean? Well, I think we need political commitment from the European Commission, the European Parliament, and all the member state governments that they are serious about a strong single market. And I think a new strategy and all the proposals in that need to include how the different initiatives will be implemented already when the proposals are designed. Think small first, for example, like Johan said. I think you could think about linking the single market implementation to the European semester. So member states get recommendations on, you haven't done so well in this piece of legislation, this is what you should do. What I understand, that is quite embarrassing for heads of government to sit in a council meeting and get told by the Commission, you're not doing that, you're not doing that. So it's actually quite a good incentive to speed that up a bit. I think the National Board of Trade has an excellent suggestion with a European Union Ombudsman who can support at member state level and sort of speed up or help drive harmonization. Then, of course, as Amazon, I must talk about using digital, because it's really never been cheaper to export and remove barriers. And if you really unlock the potential of digital solutions, you can really drive cross-border trade quite a lot. The last thing I would like to raise is the green transition and how you can use the single market to remove barriers for green goods and services. What I mean by that is innovative goods and services that help drive the green transition. We gave a Danish consultancy Implement Economics the task to look into the wind energy sector, which is largely European, big European companies, European supply chain, and asking them to map what are the barriers when these companies are trying to establish new wind turbines across the EU. The list is long, I won't go into it here, but we think you should, one of the proposals Implement comes forward with, which we support, is to establish a green transition task force in the European Commission, DG GROW, that will be tasked with mapping and removing barriers for green goods and services. That's maybe the cheapest way we have to support the green transition and support European competitiveness. Very important point.
Thank you, Helena. Per, please.
Yes, thank you. So as a chamber, we work mainly through our European organization with these issues. We have an organization called the Euro Chambers. Actually, today we have managing directors from all of Europe at the European Parliament having sessions, which is organized through the European Euro Chambers. I myself started at the Hans office, the German office in Brussels in the 90s. And they told me one thing which is very useful, that anything that the European Union does, the Commission does, must have a legal foundation, a legal framework. So it needs to be founded in the treaty. And just to illustrate this with 2 points, This is important sort of to grasp also for the member countries and companies, because within the treaty there are lots of things you can do but also cannot do, which actually makes the internal market happen. So take the Schengen Accord for one example. The Schengen provides an excellent framework for free movement of goods and people, mostly for people, of course, as it's Schengen. But countries have decided to erect barriers between them. Some of this is in accordance with the Schengen Accord, but some ways they do it is actually in violation with it. So the Swedish border checks now are an example of implementation which is in violation of the Schengen area. But if the government had read the Schengen Accord more carefully, they would have known that there are very many legal ways of implementing security issues within Sweden. You don't need to wait for people at the border. You can actually act all over Sweden. And this is fully in accord with the Schengen and much more effective. Because we studied the statistics from the Swedish border checks. The 2 first years, they checked 10 million people. They found 4 guns in 2 years. So if you go out in the suburbs of Lund, you will find more this afternoon. So this is an example. Another example is energy, the energy sector. So there is the European market for energy has a lot of rules, some of them very technical and complicated. But within them, it's possible for countries to make deals on how to handle bottlenecks, because the electricity grid has a lot of bottlenecks. And to handle those, basically, of course, you need to build more cords. But waiting for that, you can also do deals between the countries, on how to handle situations where there are bottlenecks. Sweden has chosen not to do that, but almost all other countries has done this. So Denmark and Germany has a deal like that, but Sweden and Denmark does not. So that is sort of examples of how a country can also work in order to smoothen the internal market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, Anders.
Thank you, Agnes. And before coming to the 2 most important measures or priorities for the single market, may I just, both as Director General of the National Trade and a former EU ambassador, congratulate Lund to arranging this important forum, this this important forum, these EU Days. I think it's crucial that our European Union is thoroughly discussed in this way as often as possible, and not least outside Stockholm. So this is an important initiative. The 2 most important priorities for the single market in the period to come, and I will disappoint you, Agnes, because I agree with very much what has been said. I think we often state that the single market is the crown jewel of European cooperation, and it is. But we must stop talking about it as the crown jewel. We have to make sure that it receives the attention that a crown jewel actually warrants, and that we treat it as the crown jewel, as somebody said in an interview in Financial Times recently. Number 1, make sure that the single market is put to use for increasing European productivity and competitiveness. That is number 1. We are lagging behind. How do we do this? In our report, the National Board of Trade report on the single market that Ann Lind was the main responsible author for, that you talked about, Agnes, we find that there are several things that have to be done. And that's, in a way, the challenge of the internal market. There is not one single bullet that can fix the single market. There are many things that have to be done at the same time. Therefore, it's key that the new Commission has the single market as a priority, that there is, again, a single market strategy that's well thought through. We haven't had that for quite some time. And this priority on the single market will be key for the coming period. I was glad to participate in the EU Days in Turku, Finland, Åbo, a couple of months ago. And the message from that forum was exactly this. main message, concentrate on the single market and all the measures that need to be taken in order to make sure that it provides us with productivity and competitiveness so we can do better also in relation to the Americans, China and others. And second, it has already been mentioned, we have in the National Board of Trade been working on the need for decentralized enforcement of single market rules. We have such enforcement, the Commission with national agencies when it comes to, for instance, competition law. The Commission works with the national authority. We have it when it comes to data protection. We have it when it comes to intellectual property rights. We do not have it on the single market. The Commission as such is there to enforce the single market, and of course that's not possible. It's key to have national agents that work with the Commission in order to achieve a proper enforcement of the single market. And the proposal for a EU office, internal market office, is a first step, but that can be improved. We have, from the National Board of Trade, talked about a single market ombudsman, and there are other ways of making sure that this national agency also gets some teeth in order to help the Commission to enforce the single market. That was probably more than 3 minutes, sorry.
It doesn't matter. It was very interesting, and I can see that at least our panelists do agree that there is an urgent need to prioritize the single market, and as it is a legal construction, as you mentioned as well, Per, it is important that we have rules that are complied with, and that we need political commitment, but because basically it's the same member states who are in Brussels negotiating those commitments that need to apply them when they are going home, because they need to be applied nationally, regionally, and at the local level as well. That's what makes the difference for a single market, which is effective for businesses and citizens. Before we move on, I will ask if there is any question from the attendees to the panelists. Yes, please, and please, you can present yourself.
My name is Natalie Sojka, and I am a student again now. My question is how it goes with artificial intelligence in European Union. I think war in Ukraine stopped more investment in those things, or I am wrong?
Does anybody want to reply? Maybe Elena?
Yeah, it's a good question and a very complex question, and I'll answer to my best capability. There is a proposal being negotiated now on AI with the aim of creating secure AI development and also conditions for competitive AI in Europe. We think it's good that there are guardrails for AI development, but we also think it's important to get this regulation right so we still can innovate in Europe. Very positive with this AI summit that took place in London with stakeholders from all over the world, because we think global alignment on this is key, especially between democratic partners on how we want AI to develop. I can't really say much more than that, but these negotiations are ongoing, and I think it's interesting to note that all countries, including countries that traditionally maybe call for more regulation, are now also saying, let's regulate, but let's make sure that we also allow for innovation in Europe. I hope that answers your question.
Will want to comment, and Anders as well.
Yes, again, it's a very big subject, but I think there are a couple of things. One important thing is that, again, the legal framework. There are court cases in the United States now, which is sort of a catch-up of possible infringement of rights of copyright laws and so on, which I think will be a huge issue looking forward. Because of the way AI programming works, it basically sources with probabilities, but it sources still from a database, and there you have a whole can of worms. So that's an important thing, and I think it's important that universities engage in this to do research on how to unpack that issue.
That's interesting, and please, Anders.
Just a few words. I think it's a very important and good question. And you have all heard, of course, this way of phrasing it, that America innovates, Asia produces, and Europe regulates. This is changing now, but it's not always a bad thing. But sometimes it is, and it is a fact that I think the EU has been over-regulating some markets over history, and that has to change. If there is one thing on the single market that needs to be the motor, the engine of continued productivity and growth, it is fixing the digital single market, which is not there yet. That's probably the single most important difference between us and the Americans, and that has to be worked on, of course. And in that context, the AI Act that is now negotiated will be key. And I think it is also key to debate it and discuss it in order to make sure that while it, of course, should protect integrity, intellectual property rights to the extent it's possible, it also has to unleash productive forces and companies' ability to innovate and be entrepreneurial in this area. So that will be, I think, a key challenge for us in the years to come.
Okay, thank you. I think there is another question in the public.
Thanks a lot. Hi, everyone. My name is Remy Lauren. I'm the founder and CEO of Ecolution. We are a company that newly received a grant from the Swedish government of almost 8.5 million euro to establish a new factory here in Staffanstorp outside of Lund. We will manufacture and sell and grow green insulation, carbon negative insulation for energy renovations, and target exports market in the single market and in the European Union. So my question is maybe a more business question based on your advice and your networks and your experience in the sector, what you have seen companies achieve excellence in exporting products. Insulation also being a bulk product, but being a very important product for the green transition in the built environment. So what are your advices now for us starting up this large-scale facility to drive export and to establish ourselves in the closed markets like Germany, Denmark, Poland, UK, etc. So,
who wants to take it? Maybe Johan? No?
I can start, and then I think you have much better advice than I do. I think the best advice that I could give is to talk to others like yourself to see what mistakes they made, so you don't have to make the same ones, and also be bold and then dare to export. Because if you wait and try to figure out all of the problems before you do it, then we come into this concept of competitiveness again, that somebody else will beat you to it, right? So export and figure it out as you go along is my best advice.
Yeah.
I think that's actually good advice. Never lose your eye on the market. But having said that, we worked a lot with Volvo and other companies in the 90s, so it's a bit outdated, but basically it's the same setup, to study what kind of grants and so on and support can you get from the Commission and the European Union funds. And one takeaway from that is that you need to be very, very careful what you spend your time on. There are some really good advantages. One of them is that you open up networks which are practically impossible to get hold on as a small company with researchers and companies. But it's also a potential wormhole in terms of spending time on finding it. So taking a step back there and really be strategic about if you want to use those funds, what to use or not.
Thank you. And Anders?
And I will have to give the bureaucrats' answer, of course. Commercial Club National Board of Trade is part of what we call Team Sweden, together with other agencies and actors that are there to support trade, exports and imports, exports from us, Sweden, imports to Sweden. And of course, I would advise you to be in touch with Business Sweden, that is there to assist companies like yours, and which has a network of offices, as you know, around Europe and the world. And also maybe if you meet border trade barriers of various sorts, you should turn to us, because we can help in that regard also. And we also have, if you have difficulties on the internal market, the Solvit function, which is there to make sure that the four freedoms function properly for both citizens and companies.
Thank you. Excellent. Then will move on to my next question. I mentioned Henrik Oletta, who is writing a report on the single market, the future of the single market. And recently, he said that Europe's dilemma is preserving the strengths of the single market, the 4 freedoms, while competing with America, China, India, and how not to destroy the spirit of the 4 freedom, free competition, the level playing field in Europe, in this desire to compete with the rest of the world. How do we manage so we don't get lost on that way, on that, maybe any one of you who want to?
I can just start to set the feeling. The other report, the Draghi report,
yeah.
I think it dovetails nicely with this talk about the internal market being the crown jewel of the European Union, and that we want it to sparkle again. Then I would like to paraphrase, Mario Draghi was my boss at the ECB because he was made famous by his speech, whatever it takes. Yeah. Right? And we need to do whatever it takes to make the single market sparkle again. And that means recognizing that there are issues, there are problems, and regulation has to be checked in a sense that makes sure that it actually solves the problem that we want to solve. And we don't need more rules necessarily, we need better rules. So that would be my advice.
I think, in a way, the single market will never be concluded, not as long as the world around us develop and there's technological development, geopolitical developments, and so on. So I think we just need to, agree on that. It will never be final. But I think what has happened in the last few years that we took the foot off the pedal, and that in combination with these changes in the world, the war in Ukraine, the COVID crisis, and increased geopolitical tensions have contributed to even more barriers. And that's, of course, a problem, because the barriers lead to, they increase costs, they erode competitiveness, both for Swedish and European companies, and that's a major problem. And there's a comfort in seeing that there's recognition of that now, not only Sweden, but across the EU, and Letta and Draghi and their new tasks are evidence of this. But it's important that removing the single market barriers must be at the top of the EU agenda. And I agree with you, and it's not necessarily adding more rules, but making sure that the rules that we have in place are properly implemented, and then focusing on removing barriers. And how do we do that? And come back to what I said initially, the political commitment needs to be there, and we need to have a single market strategy which focuses on the SMEs. And I often say this, coming from a large company as Amazon, why do we talk so much about SMEs? Well, it's both because they are important for us because they use our marketplace, and what's good for them is good for us, and also it's good for the whole European economy. And then again, coming back, but I know repetition is a good way to make a point, make sure to use digital as well to properly unlock the potential of the single market. Simplify. When you're going to start exporting, you who are here in Skåne, Staffanstorp, it will be easier for you if you have access to information online in one place. Hopefully not only in Italian or in languages or Bulgarian, but you can also find it in English or some other language. Try to standardize so it's easier for these companies who want to export to find new markets. That is key.
Thank you. You want to?
I agree. I mean, the idea is very powerful. It's about freedom, the 4 freedoms, and we've, like you said, we've slowed down the tempo too much, perhaps. And then we need to keep up with these new ways of doing business and new ways of interacting between people, like internet and AI. So it's a tough agenda, but doing the simple good old stuff properly is a good way to start.
Again, I think we all agree to a very large extent. I mean, it is a fact that the single market is based on a wonderful and simple idea that we need a common framework of rules and regulations that are clear, predictable, and harmonized, establishing the 4 freedoms. and that is, I think, something to strive for, evidently. But recently, we have moved away from this simplicity, this clearness, this harmonization by various means. Regulations that give room for national rulemaking in terms of labeling and what have you is making it more difficult for companies to use the full potential of the single market. In addition to that, presently we see how the EU state aid regulations are not there as they used to be. On the contrary, they are really made it's getting too easy to grant subsidies to companies, and it's the large EU members, as you know, that do it the most. Germany, I think, is pouring out half of the subsidies that the EU is now actually under various rules and regulations seeing as admissible, and that has also to change. And in addition to that, I think we also need to talk and think about the internal market as something broader than what we define as the core of the single market in National Board of Trade and in other agencies. Telecommunications, why isn't there more of telecommunication harmonization on our continent? Transports, why don't we do more when it comes to harmonizing how we transport stuff between us? And one could go on, energy is another area. So there are many things that need to be done in the future.
Thank you. And now I will touch to another key issue that is on everybody's mind, enlargement. We are in a very historic moment where we are discussing enlargement with new countries. The Commission last week recommended that the Council would open accessions to negotiation with Ukraine and Moldavia. So I want to see what would it mean to have new members in the EU, and of course a larger single market, and what role can the single market play in the enlargement? Yeah.
Okay, so let me start with a 200-year-old plus quote from Adam Smith. I usually quote Adam Smith. And it's the degree of specialization is limited by the extent of the market. Meaning a larger market, a larger single market would be good for all of the EU citizens because we can specialize more and we can trade with each other in what we are specialized at. And that boosts prosperity. And the point here is that an enlargement would be good in the long run. It would hurt someone in the short run. But it's important that they enter the single market on the same conditions as everybody else. So there's no unfair competition when they enter the single market. But enlargement is a good thing.
I think the single market is the crown jewel, and it has an enormous pull factor for countries who want to enter the EU. And one thing we have done as Amazon to support Ukraine is that we have actually removed the referral fees for companies who are selling, Ukrainian companies who want to sell on the single market through European stores. We just extended that by a year, which is highly appreciated for the Ukrainian government because they see it as key to with the access to the single market to boost the Ukrainian economy. I'm not an expert on enlargement processes, but talking about the single market, I think it also can be used as a carrot as well to incentivize reform in the countries that want to join. And one way could be that possibly, when reforms are being undertaken, the reward is that they get further access to the single market. And I agree with you, and they need to be a common framework for everybody that joins, but it also really puts the focus on the importance of getting our own house in order before we admit more countries. And I think that we should do imminently, get our own house in order. And I think also a big single market, and that's me speaking maybe as Helena, I'm not sure what Amazon's view is on this, is a good thing. But I think it's good, more selection as well when we have more European sellers on online marketplaces, which is good for the European customers.
Thank you. Per, please.
Well, we're of course in favor of the enlargement. I think also this time it takes place in a very different geopolitical environment, which is important to acknowledge, and that speaks for high tempo. and maybe getting things done above making it perfectly correct in all the details, perhaps. But we should also maybe reflect upon what has happened last time. There was a debate in the 90s. Should we consolidate or enlarge? And in what order and in what tempo? And the French, for instance, said consolidate first. Let's do the euro thing, let's do all those things first, and then we'll see. Whereas the Brits, for instance, had the other position. Let's do it fast. And we know how it ended up, which one has left and which one stayed on. So there's some reflection there as well. But I think, to a large degree, it's a new political context, and that should weigh in very heavy, I think, in how we do the process.
Thank you, Anders.
Again, of course, enlargement key, not least due to the grim geopolitical situation we're in, as you have hinted at already. And for Ukraine and Moldova, this is existential in a way, and their European path will have to be followed, and that means that we have to do what we can to make sure that they can become members as soon as possible. And they are quite well equipped, since they have deep and comprehensive free trade agreements with the EU already. So there is a good basis, and it would be natural in the years ahead, if the enlargement process, that decisions are taken as we expect them to be taken in December, that one would step by step also integrate these countries with the internal market. And the National Board of Trade stands ready to contribute to this. We have some funds from the government that we hope to use for this purpose in the period to come. I would add that it is also in this respect important to make sure that we take the accession processes of the Western Balkan countries seriously, and that we do not forget them in this regard, because that's also important for the future security of our continent, that these countries become EU members as soon as it is possible. This will mean that the EU will have to change. It's evident. Our agricultural policy, our cohesion policy will have to change, and maybe even the way we make decisions will have to be looked at. But that is all ahead of us, and important work, important discussions will have to take place on this in the period to come.
Thank you. And of course, it means, I think, that we will need even more a strong single market. Thank you. I think we have a nice tour d'horizon of the single market, and we have a little wish list. I think I have a little wish list for the next commissioner. Maybe, if there is, I hope there will be an internal market commissioner. It would be interesting. Maybe Sweden wants to have the internal market commissioner. That would be a good take, I would say. Basically, I think that we want to make the single market a top priority of the strategic agenda, to do what it takes to make it function, and in all different ways, but to have a proper enforcement of the EU regulation. We have heard that it is a legal construction. It is important to know what are the rules and to comply to them. And for that, we need to have stronger tools like the Solvit, which exists already, to make it stronger. And hopefully, we'll have an internal market office with teeth, so that we make sure that businesses and citizens can get what they deserve and really use their rights on the internal market. But what will be needed is political commitment. Political commitment in Brussels, that we have a commission which makes sure that member states do as they have negotiated and agreed to, and the commitment as well politically in member states. So saying that, I think that I will thank you, everybody, listening to us online, attending as well in this place. It was very interesting to have in the audience both students, as we have at the University of Lund, but as well enterprises. And it was very interesting to hear really people working, the practical, not only the theory of the single market, but the single market in practice, for small enterprise to the larger global enterprise. In region, we have the region Denmark, Sweden, the region, and we could hear from some of the difficulties, the importance not only of goods, services, but the free movement of people are very important. And that is what is a big difference between, for example, the internal market to trade policy, which are mainly business doing business with each other. But the internal market is for the people, for the citizens. So as an internal market agency as well, we think it's hard work, and not only sexy. Actually, Jacques Delors, who was a Frenchman who launched the single market in 1992, he said, the problem is that you cannot fall in love with the single market. I don't really know what he was thinking about. Maybe it's a technical, boring work, looking at the regulation, the legal stuff, the nitty-gritty, the details. But we have to do it because it is important. That's what we said today. And I don't know if anybody in the audience or on the net has fallen in love with the internal market or the single market, but I hope at least that you've had understanding that it's very important and we have to work with it today. Thank you very much, the audience and the panelists. Please, we can applaud.
One more thing. There's an old quote from a former prime minister in Sweden, Göran Persson, who said that if you don't get the one you love, you have to love the one you get. Yeah. So let's love the internal market.
Thank you. Here, thank you. Thank you for participating.
time has struck, so I think we start. So a big welcome to all of you here in this room. It's fantastic, it's almost full in here. It's awesome. And also welcome everyone that's online and joining through the stream. You're all welcome here today, and we're gonna talk about the tech skills shortage. And by the way, did you have a nice lunch? Yes? Good, good. We're going to be here now for 45 minutes, and I'm very happy to be here together with you today. My name is Beatrice Silov, and I'm a Communication and Culture Manager at Nexa Group. It's a global tech company, and I'm also the chair of the IT Competence Council that Tech Sverige arranges. So I'm very happy to be here today. This is one of the areas that I'm very interested in, the tech competence field, and the consequences that we have when we have a shortage in the industry. And these 45 minutes we have today, we're going to address this. And I would like to start with thanking the organizations that made this possible, with Clusters of Sweden and Mobile Heights, and also Europe Direct Lund. So big thank you to all of you that made this possible. Yes, good. Excellent. Well deserved, I think. And the shortage of people with the STEM background, it's not only something that limits business and business growth and innovation, it also slows down the pace of digital and green transitions. And this is something that we're going to address today. And we're going to do that by having 2 presentations to begin with. And after that, we're going to have a panel talk. And there will be opportunities to ask questions if we have the time. Otherwise, we will do it afterwards during the coffee break. But we will have a panel talk, and then we will end up with an inspirational case that shows a bit how you can work with the tech, securing the competence within your company. So that is the plan for these 45 minutes, and I hope that you will all enjoy. And with that introduction, I think that it's time for us to get started, because we have a tight schedule and we want to do so much with these 45 minutes. So what I would like to do is to begin and welcome Jytte Guteland, that is a member of the Swedish Parliament EU Committee and a former member of the European Parliament. And you are going to talk about how digital and green transitions are changing the nature of work in Europe. So, a big welcome to Jytte. Welcome.
I'm like a running horse, know that I have 10 minutes and so much to say, so I'm like running up. And I also want to start by saying that it gives me some curiosity of Lund, because I've been a member of the European Parliament for more than 8 years, and now I'm a member of the Swedish Parliament. And during my stay in Brussels, I was not so often in Lund, but I know there were debates going on, but I had to be a bit in Brussels. That's part of the job, so to say. But then now when I came home, I can just tell you that this is my second visit to Lund this if you look back 1 month ago. So I think there is a lot going on in this city, and super nice. And I think also a lot of it has to do with the European Union, which I'm very happy about. Because as mentioned in the presentation, I stayed a bit in the environment, both working with environment, climate, and the European Union, because I am in the committee in the Swedish Parliament that deals with the EU topics. All that said, what I really was running up to say is that I wanted to say a few words about the background of the European Green Deal, and then something about the digitalization and the opportunities, and then the competence needed. So, you know, I have, it's a lot. But I think also what's a little bit special with me is that I was the negotiator for the EU climate law and then for the ETS. So I worked with the biggest climate legislations in the European Union, and I worked in the climate law as the main negotiator from the European Parliament, and on the ETS I was the shadow, and that's the one who is responsible from my political group. So I was in the team working with ETS. And that said, I just want to take you through these 8 years very much like how you could imagine it, because I cannot go every year and tell you about how the reasoning was. I hope we will have some time in the panel for that. But for me, it was like night and day in the climate policy, legislation and negotiation. If you look at the election 2014 and then the election 2019. Back then, when I was elected the first time, 2014, I was kind of running in that time too to the European Parliament, feeling like I'm here, I will work with the environment. I had been as this think tank that worked with the global challenge, so I knew all about it. This is where it happens, so I was thinking. But then when I came in, it was quite easy to go all the way into the environmental committee, ENVI, because the interest was so low. So I was like, I didn't have to fight anyone. It was welcome, you can take it. So then I was a member in ENVI, kind of my dream. And we started working with this, and that's when I was grabbing the ETS. I saw it as one of the big shots when it comes to legislation. It regulates the emissions, more than 40% of the domestic emissions in the European Union. So we had to work with it, I was thinking. And that I was doing, but I want to say, why was it night? Because when we were debating in Strasbourg or in Brussels, all the journalists had went home. They were kind of there in the morning where the important discussions were going on. And then all the other politicians were also on their way home. And even the man who was responsible for the building was also kind of, okay, maybe we should. So we were in the night debating all these important topics back then. But then many things happened. We got the Paris Agreement. We got the IPCC and all the developing reports being more and more alarmistic during all these years. And we got the climate movement, not at least Greta Thunberg and the Friday for Future, knocking on the politicians' institutional doors, saying you need to do more. So then, 2019, then everyone spoke about climate. It was like the commissioner said, who was responsible back then for climate. Now everyone is speaking about the IPCC reports. It's everywhere, in every room, not only in our rooms, it's everywhere. So in 2019, everyone wanted to be in the climate agenda. And then I had some luck again, because then, since I had the experience, I could stay. So even though everyone wanted to be in the environmental committee, I was actually staying. And that's when I started to work with the EU climate law, and I got to be responsible for the European Parliament. And what I want to say to you about jobs, competence, and growth is that the EU Commission back then, they were very clear in 2019 about the opportunities that's in this transition. It is not negative for Europe. Even back then, they spoke about 500,000 new jobs. There are more now, but it was very clear. The closest civil servant to the climate commissioner told us back then that this is going to be the higher target, the more opportunities for Europe. Okay, we are going to have regions that will have a tough situation because of their coal dependence, but we also see that there is not one single country that will be a loser out of this. Then we have countries like Sweden. There, the win-win-win-win is there. You are going to be a big winner in all this. So that's kind of in my back when I was working with it, that it's not going to be the climate policy that will going to hinder the jobs or the growth. And then the whole European Green Deal is actually a growth strategy. So it's not about only climate, it's about you and your opportunities to be there leading Europe through the new decades to come and be in the forefront also globally. So that was with me. And why was it day in our life? Yeah, it was definitely because we were had the attention, but it was also daylight when we were having the debates. So I didn't need to have my kid with me anymore. They were in the kindergarten. We were able to be there out there first. And for Europe, this became more and more the whole pathway, the road to the future, and also the democratic project for Europe. So now it was a very short, the 8 years that I was there. Now, if I go to the digitalization, I just want to mention very briefly that I went to this webinar and discussed together with the Royal Institute of Technology, their study report on digitalization. So here I take some authority from someone else than myself, and I just want to tell you, and maybe you're all aware of it, that there is huge opportunities in digitalization. You can reduce the emissions by 20%, is their estimate from that study. And in the study, they show there are so many opportunities when it comes to flooding, when it comes to traffic, when it comes to agriculture sector, when it comes to the smart meters in the buildings. So we have it all there. But, important conclusion, it is also today not used to optimize reduction of emissions. Today we use it more to be able to optimize efficiency. So we are actually putting a layer on the very speedy and fossil fuel dependent economy today. We are not using the digitalization to actually find the new ways to organize these sectors. And I got some examples for the panel then, where we can see it. And then finally, because I'm looking at the clock now, so ticking in, the jobs. Here, I already mentioned to you that in the EU Commission, they were sure that the European Union will win from this. We will not have fewer jobs, we will have more jobs in the European Union when we are more ambitious when it comes to climate. But then also, when we look at Sweden, we got many studies proving that, where we are going. I recently went to the trade union, a big seminar on the green transition with a little bit of the focus up north in Sweden. And they were also estimating around, it was very rough, 100 and 250,000 new jobs. And a big part of it was up north in Sweden, which is really good for optimism for our long country, as you all know. But what they were also telling is that it is the competence that's needed to also solve this, because we need new skills, and we need people skilled in regions, also in the old jobs that are not today kind of fitting for it. So it's in the welfare sector, it's in the building sector. So it's not only for kind of the industry jobs or the tech sector, it's also for the welfare. So that was a very big kind of lesson from that seminar. Thank you. I will be back.
Thank you, Jutta. You will be back in the panel later on, so we will have more insights from all the good job that you have done. But before that, I would like to welcome our second speaker, and that is Åsa Zetterberg, that is the Manager Director of Tech Sverige. And you're going to talk a bit about the IT competence shortage in Sweden. So please welcome Åsa.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to be here. I'm delighted to be in Lund. I was in Uppsala this weekend where I had actually had my university studies, and I'm part of the board in Uppsala University for now. But I've always enjoyed Lund and our exchange. So I'm so happy to be here. And today, as said, I'm the managing director of Tech Sverige. It's an industry organization for around 1,400 member companies. And it's from the big multinational companies, the startups, the ones that are new, and the ones that have actually been here for quite a long time. And we try to support them and try to support Sweden to have the best conditions for a world-leading tech industry, because we need that. And as you may have known, the tech industry has really a big impact for you, of course, on a daily basis, but also for the Swedish economy. And that's why we're talking about tech as the new Swedish basic industry. So when we see about around the contribution to the GDP, it has grown from 1% in 1981 to 6% today. And it's actually grown by 1,300%. And it's actually almost as much as the total value of all the basic industries such as minery, forestry, metal production, and also paper production altogether. So it's a major part of the industry today, or for the economy today. And it's also, as wisely said before, it's not just about the tech industry, but it's the tech industry together with all the other industries. We need to work together. And that's one of the good success stories of Sweden, how we work together to actually welcome new technology in all the fields. And when we use artificial intelligence, quantum, cloud, and also big data, and do it in a safe way, according to also meet all the threats around cybersecurity, we all can move further on and actually meet all the challenges that we have in the society when it comes to welfare, when it comes to the climate change and the productivity. And when we talk about the number of people working in the tech industry, it also has been growing quite fast here the lately 10 years, I would say. And only from 2020, it's more than 33 new tech jobs in Sweden. And we count about 265 people working in the ICT industry today. And in the whole society in Sweden, it's about 450,000. So just like said before, we need tech competence in all the fields right now and also in the future. However, we have a shortage. That's what we're here about to talk about today. And we have a shortage about 70,000 people for next year in Sweden. When Europe is counting, they say we need 20 million people working into ICT in 2030. And it's like on a global basis, it's quite a big shortage and competitiveness when it comes to attracting tech talents. We can find, like in our studies, when we ask our member companies, it's like we have definitely a big shortage when it comes to developers, mostly in the back end, front end, of course, but the one that are growing very much, it's around the data scientists, the AI, the cybersecurity, the gaming, but also the project managers, the one that are actually working together with other industries to make it work. We really need different kind of people working together with us with different kind of competencies. And here, the universities play a crucial role, a really crucial role, of course, even though we have many other also educational institutions, and we also have the companies themselves that do quite a lot of works with lifelong learning. But the majority of our companies, they actually search for people having a degree in a university. But I think we will see, and we already see, a shift here where the companies more and more look into potential. it's not only what you have, but what you will have and what you work for. And that's also why we can see more and more companies and also agencies working with the lifelong learning strategies. One of the things that we also see is that we have like the lack of women in our industry. We have around 30% women, and it's even lower when it comes to the technical jobs. Even though, and this is quite significant, that the 5 most common work in Sweden today is the software developer. It's quite a lot, actually, today. They say in Stockholm it's the most common work, but it's only 19% of them that are actually women. And it's not only a number question, it's a question about the future, and it's a question about sustainable society. It's a question about being right on the right questions for companies and also for the society when it comes to a more gender equal basis for our industry. So that's why we work in quite a lot with these questions. But it's not easy. It's not easy, as you know, when it comes to gender biases that are actually quite early, in the early ages, women or girls, like my daughter, I would say, they have a picturing if they are into tech or not, or if they're into math or not. And we can see that boys are more encouraged to do that and feel like that's something for them than it is for girls. So we need to work with this also on quite early basis. But we could see some positive, actually, development here. We can see that it says the proportion of women has increased from 4% over the past 8 years to increased by 4% the last 8 years, and it's of course positive, but not enough at all. In numbers, this means that 9,000 new female professionals could potentially enter the tech industry annually. Of course good, but still not good enough. But the thing is that we have such a high dropouts from the ICT programs. It's 50 or sometimes actually 60% of the people starting an ICT program that are dropping out. And we're going to discuss it later on, but it's one of the topics that I really need to work together with the universities, and we need to work together to find out more about why is this happening. So my recommendation for all of you here is you should look into tech in some aspects and add tech to your competences, even though you're in a working age or you're actually a student. It will work out really well for you since we have such a shortage, and I suppose like all of our work within some aspects need an ingredients of tech. So look into digitalskillsjobs.se. It's a EU initiative, and we as an organization is the Swedish hub. There you can find different kind of ways into the tech industry and to add some tech into your life. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Åsa. So many valuable insights, and we're going to discuss them even more. So now I would like to welcome everyone in the panel talk up on stage. Jytte, of course. And we also have Luciano Pasquarello, Global Sales Manager from Amfi. And we have Maria Heinesson Grynge, who is the Head of Unit for Business and Competence Provision at Region Skåne. So please welcome on stage, and you know where to stand. Excellent, great, thanks. Feel comfortable? Yes, good. So, of course, we're going to talk about the tech competence area, and both when it comes to digital and green transitions and what can we do about it. And in order to address this gap of skills, one important dimension of it is, of course, to design education to meet the needs of the market. But we also need to make sure that we meet the aspirations and the desires of all of us that wants to work in this sector. And to do that, we need to have a combination, working together, collaboration between business life and universities and schools. And since you are with us here, Maria, I think that you can start with this question: that how can we get that cooperation working? What can we do? And what do we do?
Yeah, a big question, isn't it?
Yes.
A fun one, and I'm working with this every day, thinking about this, and this is what makes my work also so nice to do and challenging. It is coordination that is needed.
Yeah.
I think we should also start with saying that it's different level of education, different kind of education. It is academia, of course, it's higher education, but you also have, if I take it in Swedish, you have yrkeshögskola, you have folkhögskola, and you have yrkesvux. I take it in Swedish, and I hope you all understand. Because they are also very, very, very important. And I think we shouldn't work with it separately. We have to do it together. It has to be companies, has to be with different kind of educations. And we have to open up. We have to have an open mind how to work with it. We as an organization, we try to define and to clarify what is the needs. We do that. We also have, it's a law now that we should every year give the short-term and long-term needs of different competencies. So that's a new thing for us to work with. And we have to be very, to show this and to communicate this in a good way and gather companies and different kind of educations. So we have to sit around the table, I think, actually, to together discuss different kind of levels, different kind of educations, how can we do it? And I think also we have to see that when I talk, the companies should open up. It is many do that, of course, but we have to have so much more to open up for X jobs, open up for pro, open up for different kinds of activities, from the small kids to a higher level. So, and that's what we are doing a lot. And also, I think we have to work with. Get a change in working more strategically with competence to skill supply. You can do it here and now. What is our needs for tomorrow? But if we want to have a long term, we need to do these things, as I said. We have to start with the young kids and do different activities for them. So, yeah, we have what we do as an example right now. We take our role to gather different parts in Skåne, in the region. So we have applied for a project connecting to STEM and for the skill supply. So we hope to get started in January. So keep my fingers crossed. So there are many other municipalities and many organizations that are doing this together with us now. And very often we don't do this project, but this time we want to take lead because we see that there is an importance for the region to take lead in such important questions, to get more competence in STEM subjects. So we will work with talent attractions, as was mentioned, and also with companies and young people, and also how can we make companies being more attractive to get people staying.
So if I representing companies, private company, tech company, if we would be interested in such initiative, how would we be engaged? Can I contact you, or how do we do it? I mean, there's probably people in here that would be interesting. What should we do?
Yeah, you should contact us. That's the easy,
so then you
easy
know
way.
Who to contact, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
good.
Yeah, and we'll tell you more about this. And we, and at the beginning of December, we will know if we can get started, and then we'll start in January. So we need a strategy for this nationally. We don't have that. Okay. And many countries have that, a strategy for STEM strategy, and that's what we are now pushing. And we would like to be a pilot region for this. So just
there's a lot of things going on then.
Yeah, it is.
Looking forward to it. On the same topic, we're talking about schools, education, and how to learn. And also, you mentioned earlier here that we have quite a few that drop out, that don't finalize their studies. They have started, they are interested, but they do not finalize. Do you have any thoughts on this? Why?
What the statistics say us is like the dropouts is in the early years, like the first or second year. The most of the dropouts, they don't find a career in ICT or tech. they go somewhere else. But we don't actually know why they are leaving. So we actually had put it together to the government to initiative some kind of monitoring, analysis this, because it's a big dropout. But when we're in contact with educational institutes, they say, and academia, they say like, it's one of the major reasons should be or would be that they have like a lack of knowledge, like the prerequisites for knowledge to manage the ICT
they don't have
programs.
the required competences.
No, right, and in mathematics is the one. So what we would see, I think, further on is the long term, like the long term working with the STEM strategies, with maths. We didn't really need that. We can see that on a statistics basis as well. But of course, we need to meet individuals where they are, wherever they are in the life, and that's also when it comes to students. And we, as an industry, we need to, as well said before, need to work closely with the universities or yrkeshögskolan, which we do, but even closer to be the role models, to be the mentors, to be the one that engage like together with the students to find the way, find a path, and to maybe encourage them to find a place in our tech industry where we need different kind of people. We have different kind of jobs, really meaningful jobs. It's not just one model. It's not just one, like we say, computer nerd or something. We love computer nerds, and you can sit in a basement and you can have your Coke or whatever, but we also have plenty of other roles, like plenty in all the areas. And maybe you have one of the most powerful way of finding good solutions for the society if you know tech. So it's a powerful thing to know more about it. So we should be better to actually spread the word around that as well. But we need some more actually focus on these questions since it's 50% dropping out.
Yes. And talking about the different competences that's going to be required in the future, you mentioned it also earlier with the green transition and the digital transition. What do you see when it comes to the competence of the future? What's required?
Yes, I was thinking about that. That I think what could interest, maybe to both of you, is that what I think it would be very attractive, both to be recruited to it, but also stay maybe, is to feel that you're part of something big, like it's a big thing happening for the society. And we often talk about the young generation that they don't only want a good salary, they also want to be part of something meaningful. And it's really meaningful to keep us out of, or be able to take us out of the fossil fuel economy and find ways in different sectors. So I think that could maybe motivate, and in the political debate we should talk more about it and talk about how to integrate these two big transitions into each other, and also look at the study that I mentioned from the Royal Institute of Technology that said that 20% reduction is possible, but today we don't see that. We see you optimize systems and you do them more efficient, you find way to do them more productive in the agriculture sector, for example, in the traffic, and you use lots of new spacey things, cool things, but you really don't see, or you don't use it to be able to make the society less dependent on fossil fuels. But you do it more to have a new thing to sell. And I think that's something we need to, that's a mindset that we need to change.
So we need to have a kind of maturity in this. It's not only about the new hype things, we also need to use it in all different areas, and of course the green transition is one of them.
Yeah, I've seen it not only in that study. We have lots of talks with different on different studies, different universities saying the same things. I recently had a dialogue, me and also in my committee, with a similar study, but it was on the building sector and energy efficiency. And there we see that lots also when it comes to the politician, we take decision based on new technology, and we don't use behavior as a way of changing the society. We use more the cool things, and that's a problem, because even we could use the digitalization to change behavior, and we could use it to kind of do it better, to make it more resource efficient in the society, but not kind of optimize in a way where we do all the things we did before and then a little bit more. And that's kind of the way we do it now. So, I mean, I was at this living hub in Gothenburg last week, and that where you study students and their way of living. So they are kind of part of this study themselves in their own apartments. Maybe you heard of it.
Yes.
And it's really high tech, and they have sensors, like 2,000 different sensors in everything they do. And they also had this kind of feeling that sometimes we focus a lot on a cool thing. We want to test this new way of doing it, but it will not add to what we are trying to accomplish here, to use less energy, for example, and be more resource efficient, also for the benefit of the society. So I think what you said is extremely important. Like, you need students who take their experience into their study, and not one mindset, everyone the same. You need people who have kind of different ideas about this, and then make them do wonderful things together.
Yes, that sounds great.
Yeah.
And moving on to this, how do we attract people, the right competence, the right people into our industries? Luciana, what do you say? How do you manage this within your industry, within your business?
Well, we have quite a problem with that, and I will show after this, I think, a success story, a small one. But I would like to comment that we actually need blue collars, probably more than the white collars. We have, I mean, AI will take a lot of these, let's say, low-hanging AI software development. So, but in blue collar, we have a much bigger problem. We have the stereotype of working in factories that are noisy and smelly, which are not. I mean, our own factory, one of our 9 factories, and 2 of them in Sweden, they're normal, and they're silent like an office. Sure, there are machines, but all the machines are computerized. We have a lot of digitalization. So even the blue collars need to step up and have skills in English, in computer science and digitalization, all of that. But we find it very difficult to attract them. I think mostly because they are not aware of us. I mean, from a little bit of history lesson, we have ourselves to blame, because in the 2000 we basically tell everybody to give up on production in Western Europe and move everything to China. What happened is the Chinese developed their own skills, and now they are the ones developing a lot of things, and we are now suddenly waking up. Much to the pandemic effect we have, that locally is better, and we have created this perfect storm now. We have to solve it. But it's we have talked to yrkeshögskolor and invited them in, have workshops. So we're doing our best, but we don't have the means and definitely not the funds allocated for this type of activities.
So you think that the schools do not really teach the things, that the competence that you require?
No, there's no. I mean, I've been in this business for 30 years. There's still no formal education for what I do. I mean, 90% of what we do is self-taught. They don't have the machines. They don't even have old machines. Everything is theoretical. You learn how to make mechanical designs, but you never interact with the machines actually making the parts. So you don't learn that feedback. So there's huge gaps from theoretical and the real life.
Okay, good. Thank you. Then we know, and I fully understand that there needs to be more initiatives in that area. We will also hear a bit more about your inspirational case quite soon, but just a little bit longer. But before that, I would like to address this topic when it comes to women and tech, and that is one of the things that I'm very interested and passionate about. So I think that maybe we will, we have a few minutes, so could we just address that a bit? What can we do? You said 30% almost in Sweden that women in tech. What can we do? What can the politicians do?
I think I'm back with climate again, actually. We know that in the population in Sweden, many young women are very engaged and involved in the climate topic, maybe not in the movement, but interested, even older women, like maybe myself or even older. So we see that there is a big commitment. I would invite, I know there are many men too, and I don't think it's gender. I think it's more about where you are and how the discussions are going on where you are. So I hope that soon we will not see that gap anymore. But I think to maybe in the discussion connect it more to the digitalization. That would invite maybe both men and women to participate and find each other in these two transitions going on. And then also talk a lot about how important it is for Sweden not to be satisfied about where we are and such a... I mean, I'm very proud about my country, but it's very much, oh, we are the best country in the whole world. I promise you, when you go to other countries, they say exactly the same. So we should be a little bit more like, be eager for the future and don't feel like we've done everything.
The best ahead.
We have the best ahead. And I think that's also what's needed in the political debate we have now, where people get so nostalgic. I'm not nostalgic at all. I don't want to live in the 50s being a lady in the house taking care of the kids. I would hate it. So we should talk about the future and say that Sweden have the best things ahead, and we are part of this transition, and we are not only part of it, we are actually leading it, and be more interested.
So it's a very positive, optimistic.
Yes, I think that would help.
That is good. Just a quick, I would love to hear a bit about what do Region Skåne and the universities and that field.
Yeah.
What do you think when it comes to women and tech?
Yeah, well, I think as a contrast, maybe we need to start early. We need to do a lot of things, but one thing that I would love to mention is start early and also look more locally, because you can see a large variation from different parts of a region. And it's there you have to start working. You have to go in and look locally. You can't, it's good with strategies, of course, we need them, but you need to work, and you need to work locally. You have to look into one little area and see how the businesses are around there. There is so many behaviors, so many values, attitudes that you just inherit from your parents. You do what they have done. So you need to start early and also look, how does it look in our area? And make the schools in that area aware of that, so they can invite people from the businesses to discuss this with the kids. We're doing a project now that's called Drawing the Futures. It's a research that is it's done in many countries. We're a part of that now, so we're looking forward to the result and see how are the kids in the schools in the region, when they are 8, 9 years old, what do they draw when they come to this area, and what can we do with that? How can we use that and invite people to talk about different kinds? So start early. Work locally.
Yes, good, thank you. Yes.
I deal with a lot of startups. I meet about 20 startups per year, and I'm really looking forward to more women, because women are problem-solving oriented. And I have a lot of guys coming in with new technologies, and there's not really a problem. It's just a fun technology, and they're trying to create something out of that, and it's the wrong way of doing it. So I'm really looking forward to more women in tech.
This is great. I would love to stand here and talk with you forever, but unfortunately we cannot. Our time for the panel talk is now over. I'm sorry. But we have a few minutes left, so it's not time yet to leave. So we will end with a short presentation of an inspirational case from Scanfield that you will do, Luciano. And after that, we will be available during coffee break as well. So stay, sit, and we leave the stage for you for a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to skip the whole be nice being in Lund because I've been here my whole career. So I even studied here back in the days. I work for Scanfield. Scanfield is a contract manufacturer of electronic products and services. Basically, anything you see today containing electronics, being a mobile phone or a dishwasher, everything is not made by the company that you see the logo, Whirlpool, Samsung, Apple. They all been done by companies like myself. Scanfield is not one of the biggest. We are about 3,800 people. It's a Finnish company. We're based in Finland, but we have factories in Sweden, Finland, Germany, Poland, China, and the US. Just gonna push this to the big one, yeah. So I just gonna. Okay, so I'm just gonna pick a little bit of a success story because we had a little bit, like I mentioned at the panel, we had big problems finding workers, and it wasn't that high. We didn't need any formal education or anything like that. So we needed people who could be focused and accurate and staying accurate and with precision for a whole day. So not top, they needed to know English, and then we had a 12 weeks education for them. But we couldn't find anything, so we turned to Arbetsförmedlingen and said, how can we change it around? If you can give us some people, we can customize together with an external partner an education for them. So we ended up with having introductory meeting with 100 people coming. And these were long-term unemployment, so we're talking about 3, 4, 5, 6 years of not being on a job. Most of them were not from Sweden, but we had about 30% from Sweden, I would say, and a mixed group, women and men. We did a speed interview with 25 of them, and then we selected 15. And when the actual education started, we were only 14 showed up, but still. We had 6 weeks of theoretical studies, and then they did some practice for another 6 weeks. So 12 weeks later, we hired all of them, and after 6 months, we gave 7 of them permanent jobs. Unfortunately, the other 4, they couldn't make it. It was the transition to having a steady job was too big for them. So they had personal reasons. Some of them were from other countries and had a lot of personal issues. So they couldn't maintain a job, unfortunately. But anyway, Arbetsförmedlingen deemed this very successful. So we, in October, we offered permanent employment for the remaining 4. And now in December, we will start a second round with another 15 people. So and hopefully we'll hire, hopefully 10 or maybe all of them. So this is our way of tackling the issues with shortage skills.
That was quite cool. Did you know that you had that kind of program? I think it was amazing to see the way you handled your needs and found a solution.
Yeah. I mean, we tried the normal ads and having them, but I think Arbetsförmedlingen didn't really know what we were looking for. So when we turned it into a project, they got engaged. Then suddenly it made more clear, and then they knew who to suggest for the education. So.
Excellent job, really inspiring, and good that you have your second program coming up now in December. Great to see that. So thank you so much for sharing that. And with that, we are done. We are out of time. I'm sorry that we have passed a few minutes. I hope that you thought it was worthwhile. I hope you thought it was very rewarding. I did. And I'm so glad that you came and listened to us. And now it's time for coffee. It's out there. And after that, 2:30, it's time for a new program here, and that is Urban Food Policy, a key ingredient for resilient food systems, arranged by SLU. So if you're interested in that, please be back here at 2:30. But now it's time for coffee. So thank you so much. Snyggt jobbat!
Hello everyone, a warm welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the coffee break. It's always necessary in these settings to have some fuel, not only for your body but also for your mind. And that's exactly what we are going to continue on that path here with our panel on urban food policy. My name is Håkan Jönsson. I'm a visiting professor at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, SLU in Alnarp, and also situated here in Lund University, where I work with food systems education in a European perspective, among other things. So then, why the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences want to have a panel on the EU Days in Lund? I think, first of all, none of the big topics or missions for the EU will be fulfilled unless we successfully reform the European food system. There will be no resilient Europe. There will be no green transition. There will be no climate-neutral Europe unless we manage the food system. And it's sort of interesting to see also how often, especially in a Swedish context, while food is neglected in national policies, but also when it comes to Europe. And it's a bit surprising considering how much the European Union has always been a food union, right? From the label of origins, over EFSA's health claim legislation and the common agricultural policies, EU has devoted a lot of more energy to food than most Swedish policymakers. But we also wanted to take it a step further, because I think there's a tendency to treat food either simply as a substance or as a package of nutrients, maybe as some sort of materialized heritage, and also very often as a rural phenomenon. But food is extremely important for cities. In terms of resilience, environment, the urban areas are just as relevant as the rural areas. So in this panel, we want to take food beyond the mainstream discussion in the EU Days like this, and ask how can we better integrate food security in urban and landscape planning, and how can Sweden learn from successful European examples, and how do we integrate these experiences and lessons into Swedish planning, both urban planning, landscape and land use planning, and of course more specifically food-related planning. And for doing that, I have an excellent panel with me today. In the middle, Lena Friblick, founder and operations manager at Botildenborg. On my side, Luke Schaefer, coordinator of Food Shift in Copenhagen University, and Lou Vasilov, lecturer at the Department of Landscape Architecture, Planning and Management at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. I'd like to start with you, Luke, because you have been working with the Horizon Project Food Shift, right? And that focuses on increasing the technological and societal readiness of food system innovations in cities. So can you tell us a little bit about this project and the impact it has or may have on influencing the developing food policy in cities?
Thank you for the introduction, and I'm very happy for the invitation and to be here. Maybe just before I mention Food Shift, I just start with why food, and it's been mentioned many times today about the climate crisis and what we are in Europe aiming to do for carbon neutrality, which is the other debate in the other room. 1/3, approximately, of emissions, ecological footprint is attributed to food systems. Of that, what we produce is the single biggest category of that, 30% again. And what basically we can do about it immediately, is that we can eat more plant-based, okay? And currently the leading example of this, planetary health diet, by colleagues at Eat Lancet, is the best example. And finally, I want to say that it's not an individual change. It's not that anybody has to regulate exactly what they're eating all the time forever, rather a systems change. So just working back through that climate crisis, food system is very important, what we produce, and then how we can change it. Okay, and then Food Shift. Real quick on Food Shift now. Food Shift is a European project where we implement living labs, which channel basically farm to fork and EU Food 2030 priorities into on-the-ground municipal level actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then if we move on to Lena, you're the founder of Botillenborg in Malmö, which some may knew about, but not all of us. So it's, well, can we call it a place and a tool for education, workplace tracing, social innovation, urban agriculture, and more. So tell us a little bit about Botillenborg and share your thoughts on how this urban, how this everyday work on urban food policy development can sort of be brought further on into a European dimension.
First of all, thank you so much for letting me come here and talk. Botillenborg, we are social entrepreneurs, and I think we all want to make a change. We all want to make something good with the time we have. So my question was, what could I do? And I started off as a journalist and as a political science, far, far away from the food production. But like 10 years ago, I started to develop food actually as a tool to create change. And I think that food and also farming are the best tools ever to make a change, because we can make a change. As Luke said, we have to do something about the climate. If we want to do something about the climate, start with our plate. So we have a lot of things to do when it comes to the climate. But food and farming are also very good social tools. And we talk about social farming, and we also talk about social gastronomy. So we use this as a tool, for example, for work with vulnerable groups. So we work with refugees. We work and help people who are far away from labor market, going on social welfare. We work with kids in vulnerable areas. We can work with the tool to create jobs and a better future. And then the last part we do at Botillenborg, and actually the most important, is that we work with food and farming as a tool for cohesion. I think that if we not create a better city discussion, dialogue, friendship among us, we will not ever be able to solve the problem with the climate, solve the problem with whatever challenges we have. And this time we have nowadays, I think is more and more important to actually work and talk about things that bring us together. And there is no better way to start a conversation than a bread.
Thank you very much, Lena. Yes, indeed. I mean, Botillenborg is one of the places where you show that food is really much more than substance. And also that is much more than a problem. I think that far too often we nowadays discuss food and diets and eating as a problem. But it's also a tool for change and something hopefully also really enjoyable. Let's not forget about that. What would we be if we were not eating creatures, right? Let's make the best out of it. Lube, you teach food planning at SLU, and you also come from the Department of Landscape Studies. So can you tell us a little bit, how does this landscape perspective help us better understand the influences on the food system and policy making, also from an urban context? I mean, what does landscape have to do with the urban?
Let's see. Landscape puts a spatial aspect to food, right? We all know that food comes from places because they're produced somewhere and they're consumed somewhere. So there's a relation in our eating between places and between people. And these relations are very much spatial formations, but they're not as presently, how do you say, they're not as present as they used to be when production was food was produced more in the proximity of an urban city, for instance. Today we have more placeless food. We don't know exactly where they come from. it's sort of a anonymous food. And this is an issue because the relations are the same. It's just that the distances are further away. So I think that by thinking in spatial relations, I think we get more, it becomes more tangible. And also from a landscape perspective, it gives us a scalable concept that could be useful in all the talk of transition today, and also implementation, right? Because implementation is also spatial. And implementing, let's say, farm to fork, there's a national scale, there's a regional scale, there's a municipal scale. Adaptations need to be done. And these are particular skills, I think, to work in different scales and work in different spatial contexts. And these are skills that I think that we need more today than ever before, perhaps. So that's the short answer to that one.
And maybe since you are here the university representative, maybe you can also just say a few words on the ongoing education and research related to this area for the ones in the audience that's not already know what's going on in Campus Alnarp.
Yeah, of course. I was one of the developers of a master's program called Food and Landscape, where we combine food studies and landscape architecture. So it's a 2-year international master's program where we dive into these sort of questions and try to educate in these sort of skills as well. We also allude to different other disciplines, the interdisciplinary work within the University of Agroecology and whatnot. And also from you and me teach food planning together from our Department of People and Society. And we also take in the actual production systems and that kind of research that is done at SLU as well.
Right, so let's move on then to what your experience can address in solving some of the main issues that is on topic on this. The first, let me just say that if you look at this list, you can see that we should also had a fourth member of the panel, Jenny Bergsten, the food strategist at the Region Skåne, but she had to cancel last minute. So, but we will address the regional level, I'm sure, also in this discussion. My first topic of discussion here is the big topic of food security and resilience. I think that food security has actually been the main assignment for policymakers since the birth of civilization. Yet still, it was something considered to be something of the past in the Swedish context. It was something that we worked with, and then 1990, everyone forgot about it. And then the last few years, finally, it's been back on the agenda again. And one may definitely ask how we ended up in this situation. But now when food security is back on the table, it's obvious that it is multidimensional and also that it goes beyond just the simple provisioning of food and how to regulate agriculture in terms of wars and crises. So I have an open question for all of you. I mean, what do you see as the most important issues connected to food security and food planning that you are working with on your everyday basis? Should we start with you again, Luke, maybe? Or?
Go ahead. Yes, I'd love to answer. Yeah, most important aspect from food shift in relation to food security. I think that in general, food shift operates at trying to touch upon some of these levels. So, of course, trying to translate the EU directives, this kind of, if you will, top-down approach, but then also really foster and facilitate bottom-up change. And so moving for food security in this aspect would be, let's say, committed individuals that are working towards food strategies. And I can give one example, maybe, from Food Shift. In terms of these living labs, it's actually from Bari, which is a coastal town in Italy. And there it was basically 1-2 people from an SME that were really active, that basically wrote a food manifesto that then became the base for the food policy of the metropolitan city of Bari. And so this is specifically addressing, let's say, food security in that region, connecting rural and local, and trying to bridge that divide.
Oh, Very interesting. You'd like to continue, Lena?
I was thinking more. I would like to tell us shortly about one of the big collaboration projects we have done that actually started 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, we had one of the first food project financed by Vinnova, the Swedish innovation agency. And they also always say that you are so strange. I don't know. We always just give money to tech, and we give you a farming project. So we were very early in that, and that was a bit hard. But I was very inspired of both Berlin, London, but mainly Canada, who has been working with bringing in food and the rural food industry to the city. And that, as you said, Håkan, we have been very successful in the Nordic countries and in Europe to wipe that off away from the city. But then it was a trend, especially in Canada, starting with market gardening within the city, to explore the small plots within the city and see how can we actually produce food within the city. And they were quite successful. So I was thinking, okay, if they can do it there, we should be able to do it here. So we started the first project about city farming in Sweden called Stadsbruk, where our ambitions were to have professional farming within the city. And we were a project within SLU. Everyone was laughing about us and said, haha, they are doing food in the city, they are crazy, and they are just idealists, they are crazy. And either you're a person who doesn't like that, or you are me, you think, oh, that's very fun to be one of those crazy people. So what we tried to do actually during 8 years was to find and develop methods how we can use the sites within the city to use as professional farming. Can we actually use that to a production site? So we worked with Malmö and the city of Gothenburg and another Växjö, and then we also worked a lot with Norway. So during those years, we have been educated over 200 urban farmers how you can actually convert farming land or other industrial land into the city to farming land. And maybe it will not be the answer for all our food production within for everyone, but actually we can produce quite a lot into the city. For example, in Gothenburg, the city we work with, they had a newly released report from Sweco, who has been developing and looking for all the places within the city where you can farm at, and they show in this report that a city as Gothenburg could be completely self-sufficient of vegetables. And if you look to the total amount of food, 50% could be actually done within the city. So there are possibilities to use the land completely different than we have. So what we did in Botillenborg is that we have been getting the professional city farming started in Malmö and Gothenburg. And we run our farm also as a market garden, so you can come and look. So we produce around 5.5 tons of food every year on a space that is 1,500 square meters, 1,500 square meters. And we also have 2 containers with mushrooms and microgreens production. So you can actually produce quite a lot of food. And so when it comes to food resilience, I think we have to think of food security in quite a lot of different kind of answers. No, the city can't maybe be 100%, but actually it could be a part. And not only the production, also the people's thinking. If you see food production within a city, it creates awareness, it creates a bond to what you eat, to what you do, and maybe it also connects you more to the food on the local countryside, not only to the urban site. So I think that urban food production could be one of the answers to the food security problem.
I can just briefly say that, first of all, I wasn't at SLU when they left earlier, right? So I never did. So I think, just to piggyback on what you said, I don't think there's a silver bullet to solve this. So I think that you say that we need a multitude of different perspectives. So it's not, do we produce food in the city or do we produce it somewhere else? We need to do a plethora of things in order to build resilience. That's sort of built into the concept of resilience at first, right? And also, just a quick European reflection is there's an agricultural park just outside of Barcelona that has a legal protection, right? So it's a political decision to put that into law that you cannot build there. It's protected for production of food for Barcelona. But it's also an educational spot. It's also a recreational spot. But the main purpose is to produce food, and it's protected in law. So also the multifunctionality of spatial formations in relation to food, and to see what kind of good can this plot do, and then build from that and see how they connect together, and to build a more resilient urban food system or regions, or depending on the scale.
Interesting. And since you also, I know, have a lot of students from outside Europe, has there been any, specific thing that comes to mind, which was a sort of an aha moment of thought-provoking or inspiring from that Europeans can learn from non-European students and perspective, maybe?
There was one perspective from a student from Bangladesh that wrote a paper on a fish that was super important for their culture called Hilsha fish, right? And there was a policy to include that in more official servings and whatnot. And the idea was to enhance that cultural symbol and provide more value to it. And that sounds great, right? But from the perspective of the fishermen, the value of that fish grew, but they didn't gain any of that money. So they ended up that they couldn't afford to buy the fish that they were fishing. So it actually ended up being that it was harder to be a fisherman fishing Hilsha fish because of the increase in value. And what I want to say about this is that even though you have good intentions, you have to constantly revise processes, right? And think about the differences that could happen, even though your intentions could be the best from the beginning. So that was one thoughtful example.
Interesting, yeah, and we have the quinoa example in Peru, for instance. I mean, the idea was also to enhance the value for the farmers, but then it became so fancy and popular, so the farmers, they couldn't afford to eat it anymore. So it was actually had probably bad effects from a food and health perspective. Luke, since you are there, connected to all of these European cities in the network, you already shared an example from Bari, but are there other examples there in ways that cities in Europe deals with the challenges and find new solutions when it comes to food in urban settings?
Yeah, so this is a great point, maybe just to reflect on that just a second. True cost of food and the importance of that. And actually there's a report out, maybe I think it's 2 weeks ago, by FAO, the State of Food and Agriculture, or something. They're doing true cost accounting, and it's a good read. Food shift, though. So food shift, the specific example I wanted to share was actually policy-focused, and from Wrocław. And if there's any Polish people here, I'm sorry if that's not very good pronunciation. Basically, before the project started, there were some people from the municipality, which was a partner in our project, that were interested in food, want to make a change. And I can now fast forward and say that at the end of the project, or almost, that they don't have a food strategy department or area of expertise, but they rather work tangentially along different municipal policies. Basically, what I'm getting at here is that there's a food team that don't have their own agenda, but they actually work along all of the agendas. and putting food, I guess, also playing to this, that food connects us. I think that that's something that, for me, I took away from this.
Interesting. And maybe that can also pose a question to Lena, because you already said that you use food as a tool for addressing social issues. So, but can you elaborate this a little bit? But why do you think that is important? Why is food social, and why should you do anything with that knowledge, if you agree?
We started doing it, and we saw result, and then we were thinking of what did we do actually? We had wonderful also help to understand why it works, especially from researchers who have been following us from SLU, looking on actually what are we doing and what happens to the people and to the group when we use food and farming. So I will give you just short examples so you will understand what we do. We have a problem within the city with segregation. If we look at the labor market, we have a big problem with the segregated labor market. So some of us are working and working and working, but we have a group that are left behind and have problem in also getting into the labor market and getting the foot into the labor market. Especially people who are lack higher education and are born in other countries. So this target group we work a lot with. How can we provide a better future for them? So together with the city of Malmö, we actually have work training for 20 people all the time, and we split them between the farm and the kitchen. So people come to us, and why people go on social welfare and doesn't have any income, it depends, and there are different reasons behind it. But we see a couple of things that is common, and it's often that when you in some way lack job, you also in a couple of years lack motivation, you lack self-empowerment, you lack belief on yourself, you lack everything, all those good things that you have to be able to take a next step. So the people who come to us, we are boosting them within security, and that is the most important thing for all change, security. And how can we do that? Well, a cup of tea or coffee is a good start. So we use food, we use farming as a method for people to be able to actually share something. So when people come to us to say, okay, you will be in the kitchen, do you have anything you like? Or is there anything you can do for us? So instead of asking, how can we help you? We ask, what could you help us? We will have this lunch. Can you please do something you like to do to serve on our lunch table? And when we do the farming, okay, what can you, because we need your help. Could you help us doing this? Or could you help us doing this? So we use food and farming as a very good tool for actually create something very practical and very much positive. So people can go and see, I have created this dish. I have done all this vegetable that will be a dish or for the kids or something. So that's a way that we use the food and farming as tools, and they are such a good tools. What we see in the end is that the health is going up, self-motivation, self-empowerment, and 1/3 of the people who come to us go to welfare, go actually on a job directly afterwards, and that is amazing. And we have stories about everyone leaving us saying that it actually changed their lives. So, yeah, I have said, and I will say it again, food and farming are such a great tools because everyone can get motivated, and you don't have to have the language perfect, you don't have a PhD, you doesn't have to have anything. You can actually be contributing from day one and be also important, and everyone wants to be important.
It sounds quite a lot like, that you are working with what on the EU language called living lab, right? Sort of. And I know that you have also been doing that on a more formal level, Luke. Can you explain a little bit about this living lab approach and how this can be as I understand it, also maybe a way of making, citizen engagement as part of policy making. Because otherwise we think that policy making, that's for policy makers. And that's right, but I mean, who are the policy makers and who should be that? So the Living Lab, tell us a little bit more about that and how can that support engagement?
I think it's the exact example that you've just given about food as the vector for citizen engagement. So, for example, in Food Shift, we have this Living Lab approach, Living Lab adaptation, where we're basically saying, okay, we have a municipal factor, we have an SME, we have a research partner, and usually we also have an NGO. So there's a representation of, let's say, different sectors of society. Part of what Food Shift was prioritizing was how to engage citizens, and there's citizen engagement strategy, which is available on our website if you're interested in to learn more about exactly how they tried to do this. I can give you another example from my home university, University of Copenhagen, where we engaged our citizens, our students, staff, faculty, researchers in our canteen transformation. And basically, what we did was gather all of the stakeholders involved in changing the food at a canteen in KU, which is, well, the dean, the decision makers, the people that write the procurement contract, the people that write the tenders, the canteen operators, the chefs, and now we get to the users, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people. But then have them in the room with the citizens, the user group, to actually hear exactly what it is that they would like to work on. And coming out of this, there's like, actually people want to continue doing the meetings, which is the first thing that people take this up and think that it's a great idea and want to continue it themselves. So yeah, okay, just to summarize then, food as a vector for citizen engagement. I think it goes hand in hand, and channeling one of the presentations from earlier today about mobilizing voters, perhaps food can play a bigger role in this.
I'm sure it can. And needless to say, I mean, there was not mentioned food once in the resilience panel. I noticed that. I wonder what that is a sign of. But of course, you can't talk about anything. But speaking of policy and food planning in the future, I mean, you educate the future policymakers, right? What kind of skills do you think or perspectives they need to help a new generation of thinking on food system transformation?
I think the skills of working transdisciplinary, right? And trying to look at multifunctional ideas and also putting food on the agenda. And I think it's interesting that Luke mentioned a way of working where you don't do a food department, because there's a risk with that as well, that we just end up with a food silo. So not saying that a food department isn't a good idea, but you could work with it in so many different ways. And that I think is the most important thing for or skills to perpetuate people to have those sort of skills and advocate food in various arenas and in various ways and in different kind of rooms and in different scales, and invoke it into policy, and reading policy documents with food classes, if one would like, perhaps. So I think that's the most important thing that we try to teach in the program, I think.
Yeah, I mean, one could say, honestly, that a traditional university is actually rather dysfunctional when it comes to teaching of food and policy making. It's not a good idea to try to divide food into different faculties. But I think it's time now to finish the discussion by looking a bit forward. And I have two questions that you can just hang on and please give short and concise and inspiring answers. Feel no pressure. First, what are the most important things that we need to tackle in the upcoming, say, 5 to 10 years to integrate questions connected to food system resilience into urban policy making?
Do you just want to have some more time to think? Okay, so the most important is also what we are talking about today, to bring a lot of people around the table from different kind of specialists. So the city, the rural, the university, the NGOs, the producers, we have to talk the same language. During those 10 years I've been working with food in professional farming within the city, there has happened so much different kind of things and change of knowledge. So I think it's time for us to come together even more to solve the questions. We are a bit silo based still. So I think talk to each other, but also to dare to address really important issues, and to say that we have to make changes in behaviors, because I think actually we need to change behaviors among ourselves, not only on the strategical levels, because we have been working so much up here. Now it has to come down to us. So we have to take changes, we have to take action, and not only say that, oh, it's a policy issues. So start talk and start to act.
I think that we need to start to look at all the things that people are actually doing in everyday life that is related to food. Like what you're doing, what other people are doing, and other people that are close and you working with food, doing a lot of things. Could be chefs, canteen personnel, urban farmers, allotment gardens, and start to utilize that into the debate and combine that with policy as well, and look at what is actually going on and try to utilize those powers that are already going, right? And see what kind of knowledge do they have, and combine that with research and policy in order to evoke change, with food as sort of the nexus or the focus of that. And there I think eating together is a great way of doing that.
Put food on every agenda from here forward. And I'm being a little cheeky, but also I mean it. It's like, I'll give you a really good example. Did anyone ask about the food today at this conference? And somebody thought about it because they requested vegetarian and they got a vegan and vegetarian option. So whoever set that up, you know, they've already made a decision on behalf of all of us, and they made a change, and without doing the math, I would say that that's probably in line with the planetary health diet. So, for example, you know, take food and put it on your agendas in your everyday work.
So, food on the agenda, eat, preferably together, and act, and take your own responsibility. Excellent message. Final one for you. Europe. What can we learn from Europe? Other European cities in collaboration on Inspiring? You are on EU Days. You should not hesitate.
Food Shift is an example of a demonstrated, successful example of implementing food system living labs in the direction of food system transformation. So how can Sweden and Europe yeah, living labs.
Living labs.
So I am involved in something called Social Gastronomy Movement, and we connect organizations around the world working with food as a change tool. And we have so much good friends working with this, and I just want to highlight some in Europe, and today it becomes outside your European Union in London, but it's Europe though. So you can work with food in so many different ways. So Clink Charity is an organization in London that work with prisoners. So what they have done is that the goal is to make prisoners not coming back to prison, because you have a very big rate of people coming back to prison. So what they have done is that they have started a restaurant school within the prison, and they educate the prisoners to high-end chefs, really good chefs. So you can come and dine into the prison. You have to report first, but they have actually a restaurant, so you can go into the prison and eat a 3-course dinner, super good food. When the prisoner comes out from jail, the organization stands outside the doors and say, hi, this is the keys to your apartment and here's the job contract. And those people go into really, really good restaurants because they have so good education. And if you look to the rate of going back to prison, most of them don't. So this is a way that you also can work with food in a social way and to gain extraordinary results. So for me, working with Europe is to go and see this organization doing wonderful things and to bring the best ideas back to Malmö and Skåne.
I want to highlight the EU actually, as since we have the EU Days, because it's usually we need that scale, as we talked about, to tackle these kind of problems, and also the initiatives that are there, but to utilize that sort of power and the farm to fork, Green Deal, CAP, and you work with those areas or those policies and start to affect them, because EU is a super important scale for this transition to be able to happen, and try to utilize it and see what you can, how you can use it, or perhaps how you can affect it.
Thank you very much. Now I put a lot of questions to the panel, and we actually have got the time for a few questions from the audience, if anyone would like to sort of bring out and ask the questions I haven't done. Yes.
Thank you for a good sort of summary. I'm a bookkeeperman. I have 20 years experience of the Commission. You asked for what can we learn from other countries. It's just a small advice. We had a seminar in Brussels like this. We had people from Western Balkans, from Sarajevo, and everybody talked about urban farming. And then there was a lady from Sarajevo who survived the called the blockade of Sarajevo for 1,000 days, and she said, without urban farming, we wouldn't have survived. That's something to think about. Thanks.
Another very good example. Yes.
Hi, I'm wondering about, my name is Joachim, I work for the Lund municipality with business management. And I'm really curious about, especially you, Lena, when you talk about Botildenborg, because a lot of the reason that we have only big-scale farming on such a level is that we don't assign value to different parts. Like when you talk about the social value, how can we find models to assign value to different parts of this instead of just looking at return on investment? Because I think that's a big thing for us to being able to scale up.
I love that question. Thank you so much. Because actually it's very, very important to also see what kind of values in different way we can do with food and farming. When we look for if we get a person into job, we know quite easy that we lower the cost for the municipality and the region with 450,000 crowns a year. 450,000 crowns a year. So, for example, nowadays we have been getting people from really far away from the labor market into the labor market, like 150 people so far during those years. And if you calculate, and we have estimated how many years they were predicted statistically to be unemployed, and how much we lower the cost, it's so much money. We are several 100 million crowns that we have lowered the costs. And I think that I have to be better. I think we all have to be better to see, actually, it's not the social things is not only some kind of nice things to have for one person. If we can invest in people so they have work, so they have health. That creates a good family. It creates good result for the kids. It also creates less cost. So you can say it's a financial thing to work with, not only a social thing. But you know, I always talk about the social thing. I should talk about the money thing because it's important. And I also, all we who work in a social sector, we need help to put effects and money and all those kind of things on what we are doing. So that is ask for help for science or whoever who can help us doing this, because that is also important for the coming policymakers. What should we put our tax money into? What is a good way of putting the tax money into? So then we have to have evidence-based solutions.
And you wanted to add something there, right?
Yes, please. Yeah. So quantifying the social capital, and there's not an answer. And you're right about we need help. And I say we as in all of the foodies, the social aspect-minded, value-added companies, NGOs, etc. FAO report, the one I mentioned earlier, made and the hidden cost of food. So trying to take into account healthcare, etc., etc., etc. 10 trillion dollar equivalents. Again, please help me, economists. That's that. From
time, let's bring a few economists to the panel. Right, thank you so much. We'd love to have more questions, but we have already run out of time, and we should soon need to take to the big concert hall for Connie Hedegaard's keynote speech. I would like to thank the panel here with some chocolate from the organizers and a brand new policy brief from the SLU with some advice to policymakers in Sweden to integrate food planning much more than they do today. And for all of you in there are more policy briefs out there on the SLU Future Food table, so feel free to bring one. So, ladies first, Lena. International guest star, Luke. And very dear friend and colleague, Love. Thank you all so much.